border, vertical space, and horizontal space. So we will see all those attributes practically how we can use here. For that, I'm going to create one new file, and here I'm giving file name as image hyphen attributes 1.html. Now here I'm going to create the basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document, I'm writing the page title as border, comma, vspace and h space. So vspace is nothing but vertical space and h space is nothing but horizontal space. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code here. Now in between body tag, I'm going to create one image tag, and now here I have to specify the source of the image. So now we have an HTML file, HTML page. Here I can write anything as alternative text. Here I'm writing HTML5 course banner. Now I have to provide one more attribute here, that is width, and here I'm giving value as 700 pixels. Now here I have to provide one more attribute, that is title. Here I can write simply HTML. So here now I'm HTML5. Here I'm going to save this file, and now we'll see the result. Here image is coming on the page. Now here as you can see, tooltip is also coming and it is working properly. Now you will see the first attribute, that is border. So if you want to provide some border for the image, then you can use the border attribute. And here for border attribute also, if you want to pass some value, then you have to pass in numbers. So 5 is nothing but 5 pixels. So now you can see the image here. The image is coming with the 5 pixels of border. The 5 pixels border is coming for this image. Now we will see some other attributes like vertical space and horizontal space. Now here I am copying this file, these lines of code. And here now, if you want to provide some gap on the top of this image and at the bottom of this image, then you can use the vertical space, that is V space. V space is equal to, if I am providing or writing here 200, means 200 pixels. So now you can see here at the top of the image 200 pixels gap is there, and the bottom of the image is also 200 pixels gap is there. Now if you want to provide some horizontal space between this both sides of this image, then you can use horizontal space is equal to, here I am giving 300. So now you can see the result. So the left side of this image 300 pixels space is there, and the right side is also 300 pixels space is there. So for this kind of thing you can use these attributes like border, vertical space and horizontal space.
In this lecture, we are going to learn about the attributes of image tag, like alt attribute, title attribute,
Width attribute and height attribute. So we will see these attributes, how we can use. For that, I'm going to create new file here. Image hyphen attributes dot html. I'm giving file name here, and now I'm going to create one basic skeleton of HTML file. Instead of document, I'm writing image tag attributes. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code here now, and in between body tag again I'm going to write here img. Here the first attribute is source. In that I have to mention the source of the image. So here we have html5.png, and what is alt tag I will show you. Here right now I'm going to save this file, and here I'm running this file now. Then image is coming, but because of some reason if this image is not appearing, then I have to put some alternative. Alt is nothing but alternative text. Here I have to put, like here I can write HTML course banner. Here I'm writing. So this alternative text you can write anything here. Here I wrote HTML course banner. If this image will not display on the web page, in that case whatever text you are providing inside the alternative text, this text will appear and it will tell to the user, or you can say this is the informative text, so user can easily understand what kind of image was there and what image is not displaying on the page. So you can see here. Now I'm going to save this file. Here html5.png should be there, but I wrote here pg. So because of this reason image will not come, and instead of that alternative text will come. So here you can see here image is not coming because the source was not the correct. So because of that I provided actually HTML course banner as an alternative text, so that is coming here. Now you got this, why I am using here alternative text. Now I am going to type the correct format, and we will see here the image is coming. So it means the source is correct. Now if image will come, then the text will be hidden. So for that we can use alternative text. The next thing here, the next attribute is with attribute. So in this you have to provide always numbers, and it will be in pixels. So suppose here I am providing 700, that means 700 pixels is the image width. Now you can see here the image width is 700. So here it is coming. And the next attribute is height. So you can use height also. Here the height is, if I will type here 100, it means height is 100 pixels. Now see the result. See, the height is only 100 pixels and width is 700 pixels. So you can keep this also, but right now I'm not going to mention anything. So by default it is coming like this. Now here I'm hovering. If I will put cursor on the top of the image, then nothing is coming. Now we will see one new attribute here, that is nothing but title. Inside title I am going to write HTML5. 5. Now see the result. What will happen? Now if I will put the cursor on the image, then one tooltip is coming here, this HTML5. So you can put this. So title attribute you can use for this kind of tooltip. So these attributes are useful for the real-time use, like alternative attribute, width attribute, height attribute, title attribute you can use inside the image, and some other attributes are also there. We will see in the next lecture. In this lecture we are going to learn about HTML image element. So we will see how we can use image tag in HTML and where we can use this tag in real time. So let's start. Here now I'm going to create one new file. HTML image .html, or simply I'm writing image.html as file name. Here I'm writing. Now here I'm going to create one basic HTML skeleton, and instead of document I'm writing here image example as page title. Now here I'm going to indent these lines of code. In between body tag, now here I'm writing one tag. If you want to import any image on the web page, then you have to use this tag img. Here this is self-closing tag. Here you don't have to write any closing tag for the img, because this is self-closing tag. Here this is simple tag. Now one attribute you have to add inside the image tag, that is source attribute, src, equal to, then you have to put, or you have to write there the source of the image. Now here I have one image in this directory, that is html5.png. So now if you will hover on that, then you can see the image. This is the property or feature of this editor. Now I'm going to save this file. Now here I'm running this file. Now as you can see here, the image is coming. The width and height is very huge of this image, that's why it is coming like this. You will see some other attributes of the image tag in next lecture. Here this is simple example of the image tag, how we can use image tag and how we can import an image on the web page. So using this tag you can import an image on the web page. In this lecture we are going to learn about how we can keep telephone number as a link or mobile number as a link. If you will click on that link and any application is installed in your PC for calling, then you can use that link directly. If you will click on that, then you can make call from that application only. So here we will see practically how we can use that mobile link. Here I am going to create new file. And I am giving file name as mobile link, and extension will be .html. Now here I am going to create one basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document I am writing mobile link, and here now I am indenting these lines of code. Here in between body tag again I am going to create anchor tag, and here you have to use tell colon whatever mobile number you want to provide to make a call. You can write here, for example I am writing here 123456789 this is one dummy number. So here also you can put like this 123456789. Now I'm going to save this file, and here I'm running this code. Now if you will click on this link or mobile number, then it will ask you to open any application through you can call a person. So it will go to that number only. So you can use this method to make a call directly from the web page. In this lecture we are going to learn about dead link. So here we will see practically when we can use dead link. Now I'm going to create here one new file. I'm giving file name as dead link only, deadlink.html. Now here I'm creating the basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document I'm writing dead link as page title, and now I'm going to indent these lines of code. Here in between body tag I'm creating one anchor tag, and here now after that I'm creating some paragraph elements. Inside that I'm going to type some dummy text. Now I will copy and paste. And here at the bottom again I am creating one anchor tag. Here I am writing top as a link text, and here I am typing bottom as a link text. Now I am going to save this file. Here I am running this code. Now see the result. Here if I am clicking here on bottom, then nothing is happening right now. And if I am clicking here on top, then it is coming on the top of the page. So when I am clicking here, then it should be static. Nothing should happen. If I am clicking here, right now it is coming on top of the page, and here when I am clicking, then also it is coming, but this is by default the top of the page. That's why it seems nothing is happening. But here also it is happening. If I am clicking, then some event is occurring, and here if I am clicking at the top, then it is coming on top. So I want to make this link as static or dead. For that what we have to do? So we will see now. Here now I have to use hyperreference as Java script colon and semicolon. Same thing I have to use here also, Java script colon and semicolon. Now save this file and see the result. Now if I am clicking here, then nothing is happening. Even you can see here page is also not refreshing here. And here also you can see nothing is happening. So like that you can make dead link using JavaScript colon and semicolon inside href. So So you can use this in real time also. If you're making some buttons and you want to make this static, then you can provide this JavaScript as a value of hyperreference. In this lecture, we are going to learn about target attribute of anchor tag. So we will see what is the use of target attribute in this lecture. Now let's start. Here now I'm going to create one new file. And here I'm writing file name as link with target attribute.html. And now here I'm going to create the basic skeleton of HTML. Instead of document, I'm writing target attribute. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code. In between body tag, I'm going to use anchor tag, and here inside anchor tag I'm writing for now Google, and here I'm going to give, or I'm giving hyperreference, that is absolute hyperreference, is http://www.google.com. Now here I'm not using any attribute. Now I have to save this file. Now we will see the result. What is the result of this code? I'm going to run this file. Here, as you can see, the link is coming and text is written over there is Google. Now I'm going to click this text or link. See what will happen here. It is directly redirecting to the Google page, but right now we don't have internet connection, that's why it is coming like this, and this link is opening in the same tab. So here only one tab is there. If I will click here, then one new tab will open, but if I will click here on Google, then Google page is opening on the same tab. Now in real time, if you want to open some new tab, if you are clicking this Google link, then it should open in new tab. Then for that you have to use one attribute inside the anchor tag, that is nothing but target. So target, by default it is target is equal to _self. This is the value of the target attribute by default. Now we will see the result. First I will save this file. Now we will see the result, and it will come as it is, like the previous result. Here if I will click here on Google, then this Google page will open in the same tab. Now we will see the other value of the target attribute, that is _blank. Now I will save this file, and again I am going to run this code. Now see the result. What will happen here if I will click on the Google? See, now I am going to click here on Google. So this Google page is opening on the new tab. So if you want to open the link in new tab, then you can use target is equal to _blank. So this is about attribute of anchor tag, that is nothing but target attribute. Either you can use _blank for the new tab, or by default it is _self. Either you can write in target, or it will come by default In this lecture, we are going to learn about a Skype link. So, if you are using a Skype link on your web page, from there only if you are clicking on that link, then how you can make a Skype call. So, we will see in this lecture. Let's start. Here now I am going to create new file. And here I am giving file name as Skype link.html, and now here I am creating one HTML basic skeleton. Instead of document I am writing Skype link as page title. Now here I am going to indent these lines of code, and now in between body tag I am writing anchor tag here, and here whatever Skype ID you have you can write, or any text you can write in between, no matter whatever you want to put you can put here, you can write here, but here you have to write Skype colon exact the same ID, whatever you have Skype ID you have to write as it is. So here I have one Skype ID, that is front end freak at gmail.com, and same thing I can keep here also, here also. Now I am going to save this file. Now I am going to run this code. Now if I will click here and any Skype application is installed in your system, then it will ask to open that app. See here, if I am clicking here for Skype call, then it is asking me open Skype or not. If I will click here open Skype, then it will open the Skype app. Here as you can see now app is opened here. So likewise you can use this Skype ID or link in your web page. In this lecture we are going to learn about how we can send a mail directly to some specific email address using anchor tag. So here we will see practically. I am going to create new file here, and I am giving file name as email link.html, and here I am going to create one basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document I am writing simply email link, and now I am going to indent these lines of code here in between body tag. Now again I am going to use anchor tag. Suppose here I am writing my mail address like front end freak at gmail.com. Same thing, if you are clicking here on this text, then a pop-up will come, and inside that whatever subject you want to put you can write there, or whatever matter or content you want to put you can write there. So now where you have to target, for that you have to use one attribute value of this hyperreference, that is mail to, and then colon, and then the mail address should be there, same mail address, whatever mail you want to use, mail ID you want to use. So here I am writing mail to colon, then my mail ID. Okay. Now if you will click here, here you can put anything, whatever text you want to put, you can keep. But here you have to give the actual mail ID where you want to send email. Now I'm going to save this file and now I'm going to run this code. Now see the result. Here as a link text it is coming frontendfreak@gmail.com. If you will click here, then one pop-up will come when you will host this file on the internet or web, then it will come. So this is for mail link. In this lecture we are going to learn that how we can use ID attribute inside the anchor tag, and we will target some element on the same page. So let's start. Here now I'm going to create new file, and now I'm giving file name as target on same page dot html, and now here I'm going to create some basic skeleton of HTML, and instead of document I'm writing same page link. Now I'm indenting these lines of code here, and in between body tag, first of all I'm going to create one anchor tag here, and just after this I'm creating some paragraph elements, and inside that I'm typing some dummy text. So now I'm going to copy this paragraph and I will paste 10 to 12 times. Now at the bottom again I will create one anchor tag. So one anchor tag is on the top of the page and one anchor tag at the bottom of the page. So here I'm writing this one is top right now, and here this is bottom. Now I'm going to save this file. Now I'm running this file. Now here as you can see, this is top and this is bottom. I will paste some more paragraph. Now here as you can see, this is top anchor tag and this is bottom anchor tag. So what actually I want to do, if I will click here top, then it should go to the bottom, and when I will click on the bottom, then it should go to the top. So for that here I have to write bottom for understanding purpose, and here I will write top instead of bottom. Now see the result. Now this is meaningful. If I will click bottom, then it will go to the bottom. If I will click on top, then it should come on the top of the page. So how we can do this? For that, here I have to use one attribute, that is ID. So here I'm going to give, here I'm giving ID attribute, and ID attribute value will be this is the top. So here this is top anchor tag, so that's why I wrote here top, id is equal to top. And for bottom anchor tag, again I have to write one id for identification, and for that I am writing here bottom. Now we have two id for two anchor tag. For bottom anchor tag I have bottom id, and for top anchor tag I have top id. Now if I will click here on bottom, then it should go to the bottom of the anchor tag, and if I will click here on the top, then it should target the top of the page. So now if I will click here on bottom, then it should target the bottom id. And if you are targeting bottom id, the bottom is the id name, then you have to add one prefix before the id name, that is hash. So hash bottom means this is id. So if I will click bottom, then it will target the bottom id. And likewise here, if you are clicking on top, then this anchor tag should target the top id, because here the id name is top. So you have to write here top, and because you are targeting id, that's why you have to use hash. Now see the result. If you will click on bottom, then it will target the bottom element. Now if you will click top, then it will go to the top. So bottom and top. So this is the id attribute which can be used in the real time. If you are creating a single page website or web page, and that is very long, then after scrolling, when you will click on the bottom anchor tag, then directly it will scroll on top of the page, or it will come on top. So for that you can use this concept in real time. In this lecture we will learn about anchor tag, that is nothing but a hyperlink element, and we will see also where we can use this anchor tag in real time. So let's start. Here now I am going to create new file inside HTML link element. Here I am giving file name as first one is absolute path. I will explain you why I am writing file name as absolute path .html here. Now I am creating the HTML skeleton. Instead of document, I am writing absolute path as page title, and here I am indenting these lines of code. Now in between I have to use anchor tag. So for anchor tag, here we have a. So this is nothing but anchor tag, opening and closing anchor tag. Here we have to use some text, like I am writing here Google. Okay, here I am writing Google. Now save this file. Now I am running this file. Now here, as you can see, the Google is coming as a normal text. If you are clicking here, nothing is happening right now. Now if I am clicking here, it should go somewhere else. So for that you have to give some reference or address. If you are clicking here, then where it should go. Now for that we have to use one attribute inside the anchor tag, that is nothing but href. And inside href there are two types of address. Either you can use absolute path or you can use relative path. Here I am going to explain you about absolute path. Suppose here I wrote the text on which we will click, that is Google, and here I am writing www.google.com. Here I am writing the web address www.google.com, and now I am saving this file. Then see, now if I will click here, then it won't work. It will show you cannot get this www.google.com page. So this is not available because this is the relevant path. So for that you have to use here the exactly whatever the URL is there. URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. So as it is, you have to use the web address like http:// then only this page will come. So this is nothing but absolute path. Whatever the URL is there, same you have to use here for Google. Now I'm going to save this file, and now I'm running this. Here now this is coming in the blue link and this underlined text. Now if I will click here, then it will go to the Google page. But here right now I don't have internet connection. It will open the Google page. Now this is the absolute link, means the same web address whatever you are going to use in the web browser, same you have to put here inside the href. So that is known as the absolute path. Now in this lecture we are going to learn about relative path. So let's start. Here now I'm going to create new file, and I'm giving file name as relative path.html, and now here I'm creating one basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document I'm writing relative path. Now here I'm indenting these lines of code. Now in between body tag, again I'm going to use anchor tag, and here href stands for hyperreference, that is nothing but hyperlink. So here first of all, in between anchor tag I have to write some text, like here I'm writing click here to get your company logo. I wrote some dummy text like for some information, and here if I will click on this text, then this image will come. This is one GIF image I have. So now I'm going to save this file, and this is the relative path because it will search whenever I will click here on this text. It will search in the local directory where this link is and where this image is available. So now I'm going to run this code. Now as you can see here, the text is coming, click here to get your company logo. If I will click here, then this logo is coming. So this is relative path. You can use this relative path in your project file when you will create some website, and if you will create different page like home page, navigation page, home page, career page, about us page, then you can link with this relative path. In this lecture, we will see how we can use nested mixed lists means at a time how we can use ordered list inside unordered list or unordered list inside ordered list. So let's start. Here I am going to create new file and I am giving file name as mixed lists .html. Now here I am going to create the basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document I am writing same mixed lists. Now I am indenting these lines of code. Here. Now in between body tag I am going to use unordered list, and inside unordered list always we have to use list items. So now I am going to use list item. Inside that I am writing cricket football, and here I am writing base ball, and finally I am writing hockey. So if I want to put some ordered list inside this list item, then I can use like this. So I have to type ordered list, and inside that again I have to click on list items. And suppose now I'm writing some player name, cricket player name inside this ordered list item, then I can write like Dhoni, Kohli, Zahir. Now I'm going to save this file, and here I'm running this file. Now see the result. The external or the main lists are in the form of unordered list, and the sublists is in the form of ordered list, which is starting from 1 and it is up to 3. So it is coming, these lists are coming with the list type of number, and the main lists are coming with the type of disk. So you can use mixed lists like this. In this lecture we are going to learn about the last type of the HTML lists, that is definition list. So here we will see practically where we can use and how we can use definition list. Here I am going to create new file, and I am giving file name as definition list.html, and here I am creating the basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document I am writing here definition list, and now I'm indenting these lines of code. In between body tag, like as we used ordered list and unordered list, here also we have to use one list, that is definition list, that is DL. So UL stands for unordered list, OL stands for ordered list, and DL stands for definition list. So here in between definition lists we have to use two tags. The first one is DT tag, that is nothing but DT stands for definition term. So like here I am using, suppose, or writing cricket, and just after the DT tag here I have to use the second tag, that is nothing but DD, that is definition data description tag. So in between I have to write description about the definition term. So suppose here I am writing the description, this is a game. So here as you can see, DL stands for definition list, DT stands for definition term, and D stands for data description. So this will be the heading, definition term, and this is the description about this term. So now I'm going to save this file and I'm running this code. Now here you can see cricket is the definition term, and here this is the description about this game. Likewise, you can use here many definition lists. So now see the result. So here different term you can write, and you can define or write the description about that definition term. So you can use like this definition list. In this lecture we are going to learn how we can use nested ordered list. So nested ordered list means a list within list. So here now I'm going to create new file, and I'm giving file name as nested ordered list.html, and now here I'm creating HTML skeleton. Instead of document I'm writing here nested ordered list. Now I'm indenting these lines of code, and in between body tag I'm going to create one ordered list, and inside ordered list we have to use some list items. So here I'm going to use some fruit names like apple, banana, mango, orange, pineapple. Now this is normal ordered list. Now if you want to make nested unordered list, then here you can use again one more ordered list, and inside that ordered list you can use list items again, and here you can type variety like red apple, again green apple, and then yellow apple. For example, you can use like this. Now I'm going to save this file, and now I'm running this code. Now here, as you can see, the main lists are like apple, banana, mango, orange and pineapple, and the sub lists are like red, green, yellow, but both of the lists are coming with the same with number. Now you can change the list style type of this sub ordered list. For that you have to use type, and you can use a small alphabet or either capital alphabet also you can use, but here I am using a small alphabet. Now see the result. So now the sub lists are coming with the list style type of a small alphabet A, B, C. So you can use like this nested ordered list. In this lecture we are going to learn about the ordered list style type. So here I am going to create one new file, and I am giving name as ordered list style type .html, and here now I'm creating the HTML skeleton, and instead of document I'm giving page title as ordered list style type. Now I'm indenting these lines of code, and here in between body tag I'm going to use ordered list, and in between ordered list I'm going to create one list item. And here again I'm writing some fruit name like apple, banana, orange, mango, and finally I'm writing pineapple. So here now I'm going to save this file, and now I'm running this code. Here you can see the result. The lists are coming with the list style type of number, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is the default ordered list style type. So if you want to make, or if you want to change the list style type like unordered list we did, here also you can use one attribute for ordered list, that is type, and in type you can use these 5 methods. By default here it is number. Either you can use capital alphabet, capital Roman number, a small alphabet and a small Roman number. So here I am going to use the number. First order list will come with the number, and the second will be the capital alphabet, and the third one will be with a small alphabet, and the fourth one will be with the capital Roman number. You can type capital I, and the last one will be the small Roman number, that is a small I. Now see the result. Here the lists are coming. Ordered list, first ordered list is coming with number, second one is coming with capital alphabet, third one is coming with a small alphabet, fourth one is coming with capital Roman number, and the last one is coming with a small Roman number. Now here we will see one more important thing. Here the first ordered list is starting from 1, so this is number. If you want to start this list from 1, not 1, then what we can use, what we have to do for that, here one more attribute we have, that is start, and you can write start 101. So this list will start from 101. As you can see here, this list is starting from 101 and it is up to 105. So you can do this also. And one more attribute we have, if you want to reverse this, then you can use this attribute reversed, and now the list will be appearing from 101, 100, 99, 98, 97. So it is coming in the reversed manner. So you can use these things in ordered lists. In this lecture we are going to learn about the second type of list elements, that is ordered list. So here we will see how we can use ordered list. For that I'm going to create a new file and I'm giving name as ordered list.html, and now here I'm going to create the basic HTML skeleton, and instead of document I'm going to write page title as ordered list. Now here I'm indenting these lines of code, and in between body tag I'm going to write ordered list tag. Like in the previous lecture we have seen that for the unordered list we have used UL tag, and now here we are going to use OL tag for ordered list. And same likewise, like we used list items inside the UL tag, same likewise here also we have to use LI tag for list items. And here I'm going to write some fruit names: apple, banana, coconut, mango. Now I'm going to save this file and I'm going to run this code. Now as you can see here, the lists are coming with the serial number like 1, 2, 3, 4. So by default the list style type of these lists are numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. So generally you can use this ordered list to make a list with a numeric number, or either with the alphabets or the Roman numbers. In this lecture we will see the nested unordered list, how we can use nested unordered list. So let's start. Nested means a list which is inside a list. Here you can see the file name I am giving as nested unordered list dot HTML, and here now I'm going to create one basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document I'm going to write nested unordered list, and now I'm going to indent these lines of code. Now in between body tag I'm going to use an ordered list and inside that I'm going to use list items like cricket, football, baseball, tennis. So here now if I want to make some playlist of the cricket, then inside that list item I can use again one more unordered list, and again inside that I can make lists of the cricket player like Dhoni, Kohli, and Zaheer. So you can say the cricket is the main list and this is the sub list. Now I'm going to save this file and now I'm running this code. So here as you can see the cricket is the main list, football, baseball and tennis are the main list, and Dhoni, Kohli, Zaheer is the sub list. So by default the main list is coming with the list style type of disk and the sub lists are coming with the list style type of circle. So this is nothing but nested lists, and here if you want to change the sub list style type, then you can use like this. Here a square, and now see the result. Now the sublists are coming with the square. So you can manipulate or change these types according to your requirement. In this lecture we are going to learn about list style type, and we will see how we can use different list style types in unordered list. So let's start. Here I am going to create new file. And I'm giving file name as unordered list style type.html. Now here I'm going to create one HTML basic skeleton. Instead of document I'm going to write unordered list style type. Now here I'm indenting these lines of code. Here in between body tag again we will take one unordered list, and inside that we will take list item, and in between list item I am going to write some fruit names like banana, mango, papaya, pineapple, and the last one here I'm writing apple. Now I'm going to save this file and I'm running this file. Now here in output, as you can see here, the fruit names are coming with the disk point or bullet point, you can say here. By default it is coming with a disk or dot, you can say. If I want to take something else instead of that disk, then here I have to use one attribute in UL tag. That attribute name is type equal to, you can write disk. Now I'm going to save this file and now we will see the result. So see here, the bullet point is same as it was before. So nothing is changed. It means by default the list style type is disk. Now we can use here, instead of disk, I can use circle. Now save this file and now see the result. Here now the list style type is circle. And the last one you can use here, that is square. Now see the result. Here it is coming as a square listed style type. So you can use these three list style types for unordered lists. In this lecture we are going to learn about HTML lists element. So here we will see how many types of list elements are in HTML. There are three types of list elements in HTML. The first one is unordered list, and the second one is ordered list, and the last one is definition list. In this lecture we will see the first list element, that is unordered list, and we will see how we can use practically and where we can use this unordered list element in our web page exercise or in real time. So let's start. Here I am going to create new file. This is the first exercise file of HTML lists element, and I'm going to write file name as unordered list dot html. Now here I'm going to create the basic HTML skeleton file. For that I'm typing exclamation mark and now I'm pressing Ctrl Alt Enter. Instead of document I'm going to write unordered list as page title. Now I'm going to indent these lines. Now here in between body tag, if you want to make some lists of students or players, then you can use two ways. Either you can use directly random player name, or you can make list with serial number either in hexadecimal or either in decimal format or either in Roman format. But here we are using unordered list, so here the list will be the randomly arranged. So here for unordered list we have one tag in HTML, that is nothing but UL tag. UL stands for unordered list. Now here here in between UL tag you have to write one more tag, that is nothing but LI tag. So LI is nothing but list item. It depends on you how many items you want to put inside the unordered list. If you want to make 10 lists, then you have to put 10 list items inside the UL tag. Suppose here I am writing some Indian cricket player name like Dhoni, and the second one is Kohli, Dhawan, Rohit, Zaheer. So here we will see the output of this code. First of all, I have to save this file. Now I am going to run this file. Now here you can see that every player name is coming as a as a list with a bullet point. So Dhoni, Kohli, Dhawan, Rohit, Zaheer. So it depends on you how many players or how many items you want to put inside the unordered list. Those many list items you have to write inside the UL tag. So this is the basic syntax, you can say, or basic method to write an ordered list. In this lecture we are going to learn about align attribute of image tag. So now we will see how we can use practically this attribute. So let's start. Here I am going to create one new file and I am giving file name as align attribute.html, and now here I am going to create the HTML skeleton. Instead of document I am writing align attribute. Now I am going to indent these lines of code. In between body tag, again I am going to create one image element, and here I have to specify the image path. So here we have image, alternative text I can write HTML, 5 banner, and here I can give the width attribute 200. Now we'll see the result. First I have to save this file. I'm going to run this code. Now here you can see the one image is coming. Now again I am going to copy the same image. Now the other image is coming here in the same line. So here for this image I am going to use the attribute align is equal to left. So by default it is in left side. So you can see here now this is left aligned. Now for this I am going to use again the align attribute, and here I am using right. So now this here I have to put equal to. Now this image is in the right side. So this is the left aligned image, this is the right aligned image. So likewise you can use here center, top and bottom. So here I am going to use title also. So using that we can easily recognize the image. Here I am going to use title attribute. Here 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now this is the image 1, 2 and the third image is center. This is 5th, 4th, 3rd. So this is center, the top, bottom, left. So it is coming like this. And the 4th image is top. So it is on the top of the page, that's why it is coming like this. So this is on top. And the bottom, the 5th image, it will come just after the 4th image. So this is right now the inline element. If I will use some CSS code, then you can see what is the use of this attribute value, means left, right, center, top, bottom. So likewise you can use these attributes and the value according to your requirement. In this lecture we are going to learn about figure tag and fig caption tag, and we will see also how we can use image tag within figure tag. So let's start. Here now I'm going to create new file and I'm giving file name as figure fig caption.html, and here I'm creating one HTML file skeleton. Instead of document I'm writing figure and fig caption. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code here. In between body tag, here I'm writing first of all the figure tag. Inside that I have to use image tag, and here I have to specify the path of the image. Here we have HTML image. Now I'm going to write HTML5 course banner, and here I'm giving width as 300. Now here we will see the result. First of all I have to save this file, and here I have to run this. Now see the result. Normally it is coming as an image, but you can see here the left margin is there because I'm using this image inside the fig caption. If I will use simply image, then see outside the figure, if I will use the same image, then see the result. So it is coming from here. But why it is coming from here? Because it is inside the figure tag. So now the second tag I have to use. If you want to provide any caption about image, then you have to use fig caption. in between fig caption you can write anything. Like here I'm writing HTML course banner. Here now the caption is coming on the top of the image, and you can use this fig caption after the image also, and here also you can write something like this course is for everyone. Now the fig caption text will come just after the image. So you can use like this. First of all, you have to use the figure tag. Inside that you can use fig caption to provide some information about the image, and then you can use image. Either you can put fig caption just before the image or after the image, or you can use both of the case. Just like me, I used here fig caption just before the image and just after the image. Likewise you can use. So this is all about the figure tag and fig caption tag with the image tag. So you can use image tag inside the figure. In this lecture we are going to learn about use map attribute of image tag, and we will see map tag, area tag and its attribute also. So let's start. Now I'm going to create a new file here, and I'm giving file name as map-area.html, and now I'm creating here an HTML file skeleton, and instead of document I'm giving page title as map and area tags. Now I am going to indent these lines of code here. Now in between body tag I am creating here one image element or image tag. Here now I am going to specify one image path. I have one image that is india.png, and I am writing alternative text here as India map. Now here I am going to use width attribute, and I am giving width 700 pixels and height 600 pixels. Now I am giving title attribute also, and title is now India map. Now we will see the result of this code. Now I am going to run this code here. Now as you can see, image is displaying here. Now we will see why we are going to use map and area tag. Suppose here different states are there. If you want to target a particular state, or if you want to click on a particular state, then you can use map and area tag. It will work as anchor tag only. So we will see practically how we can use map tag and area tag. So let's start. Here I am going to create map tag. In between map tag I have to take one self-closing tag, that is area tag I am taking. Now some attributes are there for area tag. First of all, I have to take the attribute that is shape. Now we have 4 options here for shape. Either you can use circle or default or poly or rect. Here if I want to target this particular area of Gujarat, then in which shape you want to put that anchor element. Here, for that you can either use circle or rectangle or poly shape or default. So here first of all I am going to use the circle shape. Here I am using circle. The next attribute of area is coords. Coords is nothing but coordinates. In this I have to pass three parameters. The first one is x coordinate. Here I am passing 150 for the x coordinate and 300 for y coordinate, and the third parameter is the radius of the circle. That is nothing but 35. Now I am giving the next attribute, that is href. So if I am clicking on this particular area, then where it should go? For that you have to pass some reference. Here I am giving the Gujarat.png, and after that here also I have to provide alternative text. Here I am writing alternative text as Gujarat map. Now right now it is not working. Right now if I am clicking here, it is not working. Now for this functionality I have to use one attribute inside map tag, that is nothing but name attribute, and I have to specify one name. Here I am giving name as India hyphen map. Whatever name I mentioned here, I have to pass that name inside this attribute, that is use map attribute. I wrote name as India map. I am copying this name and same I am pasting here. But before this name you have to add one prefix, that is hash. Now we will see the result. Now see, right now the cursor icon is normal arrow icon, but if I will hover on it, then it is coming the hand icon. So it means it is link. Now you can see the shape. So this is the circle shape, and it is 150 pixels from left coordinate, that is x coordinate, and from top it is 300 pixels. So, and the radius of this circle is 35 pixels. Now if I will click here, then it will navigate to the Gujarat.png image. So this is working like the anchor tag. Now I am going to use some other attribute also here, that is title attribute. Now here I am giving title as Gujarat. Now see the result. Now if I am hovering here, then on this map, then India map is coming. Why? Because I gave the title of this entire image is India map, and for this particular region I gave title as Gujarat. So if I will hover on it, then it is displaying Gujarat, as you can see, as the title. Now we will see one more attribute here, that is nothing but target attribute, and by default, first of all I will show you some example here. By default, this link is opening in the same tag. In same tab, this file is opening if I am clicking here, as you can see. Now, if you want to open this image in new tab, then what you can do here, as you can see, we have one option underscore blank or underscore self also you can use. So by default it is underscore self. Now I am going to show you target is equal to underscore self. Now see the result, what output will come here. Now I am refreshing this page. Now if I am clicking here on this particular area, then see it is navigating to the Gujarat.png image but on the same tab. Now if you want to open this image in new tab, then what you have to do? For that you have to write here underscore blank. Now see the result. Now if I am clicking in this particular region or area, then see what will happen. So now this image is opening, as you can see, in new tab. So you can use this attribute for this kind of thing. Now the next attribute is download. Here download. Now I'm saving this file. I'm refreshing this file. Now if I will click here, then that image will be download. So as you can see here, now image is downloaded. So you can do one more thing here. Right now this is the dummy attribute. Now I can pass some value here. Download is equal to, I can write some custom name for that file, Gujarat image. Now I am going to save this file here and now see the result. As you can see here, now the file name is gujaratImage.png. So you can do these things using map and area tag. And one more thing I want to show you. Here, right now inside map tag, we have only one area tag. You can use multiple area tags. Now, I'm going to show you some other example. Right now, I'm targeting the Gujarat, this particular area. Now, I'm going to use, I'm going to target this particular area of Delhi. Now, how we can target, we will see. I'm going to use same shape for this also. Shape will be circle, but I have to change the coordinates. For that, I have to pass the new coordinates, that is 250, 190, and the radius is 15. So here 250 is x coordinate of circle and 190 is y coordinate of circle, and this is 15. 15 is the radius of the circle. Now here I am going to change the hyper reference. Here I am going to use Delhi, and here this is Gujarat, and for this I am going to pass alternative text as Delhi map, and title will be Delhi. Target I am going to use blank only, and the file name will be like Delhi. Now see the result. Now as you can see here, the circle is there. So if I will click here, then the Delhi image.png is downloading here. So I am targeting now Delhi region. So I used some other coordinates and I targeted here some other area. Now I am going to use some other shape for this. Now I am going to comment out this area, and here I used previously circle for the Delhi area. Now I am going to use rect for this particular region. And for rect, for circle, we have only three parameters, that is x coordinate, y coordinate, and then radius of the circle. But for the rectangle shape, we have to pass four parameters, that is nothing but, first of all, the left coordinate I am passing here to 40, then comma, the top coordinate, that is 180, comma, so this is left top coordinate. Now I have to pass two more parameters, that is 270, the right coordinate, and the bottom also I have to pass. For that I am going to pass here 200. Here the 240, 180 is left top coordinate and 270, 200 is right bottom coordinate, and everything will be same like the previous example. Here I am going to remove this. Now I am going to save this file. In the previous example, as you have seen that we used the circle shape to target the area. Now we will see here, as you can see, now it is in rectangular shape. Now if I will click here, then also it will work like the previous result. So either you can use the circle shape like we used here, or either you can use the rectangular shape right now we used for the daily region. So for these things you can use these tags in your project. In this lecture we are going to learn about HTML table element, and we will see some basics of table element, like what we can use inside the table element like tr tag and th tag, how we can use it in real time, and first of all we have to understand when we can use the table element in real time. Suppose if you are creating a web page and inside that you want to display some tabular element like this. Suppose this is one column, this is second column, this is third column, and this is fourth column. Like here, product ID is there, product name is there, product quality is there, product quantity is there. So like this tabular element, if you want to display something on the web page, then you can use tabular element, that is nothing but table tag. So we will see practically how we can use. So let's start. Here, first of all, I am going to create new file for this project. Here I am creating new file and I am giving file name as basics of table element.html, and here I am going to create the basic HTML skeleton and instead of document I am going to write page title as basics of HTML table element. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code here. Now we will see what we can do using table tag. So as you have seen in the previous image here, if you want to create as it is same like this table, then what you have to do, see here, first of all the product ID, product name, product quality, product quantity is there. So vertically it is a cell, column. This is the entire column of the product ID. The heading is product ID. And the second thing is product name. So the second column is product name. And the third one is product quality. And the fourth one is product quantity. So if you want to create like this table, for that you have to create first of all one row. This is row. Horizontally it is row. So how many rows are there in this table? First row, and this is second row, and this is third row, and this is fourth row. So 4 rows are there. And how many columns are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 columns are there. For that you have to create first of all one row. So how we can create row in HTML? If you want to create any table element, then you have to use table element, and inside the table to create a row you have to use, I'm going to show you one more example. See here, this is one row, this is second row, and this is third row. To create a row you have to use this tr element. So horizontally if you want to create, that is nothing but row. For that you have to use table row element, and for vertically how many elements you want to put inside this row. So here 1, 2, 3. So these many td elements, that is nothing but table data elements you have to use inside a single row. So I'm going to show you this example how we can use tr and td tag practically. So here I'm creating one row. So here I have created one row. Now inside this, as many you want you can create. Here now I'm going to create the table cell. td is nothing but table data. Here I'm writing, suppose product ID, and the what is there here. After that product name is there inside the same row. So inside the same row I have to create again, I'm going to copy and paste. Here I have to create one more table cell, and here I'm writing product name. And what is the third element? That is product quality. So inside the same row the third element is product quality. Again I'm going to copy and paste, and here I'm writing product quality. And the fourth one is product quantity. So now I'm going to save this file, and here I'm running this file. So here as you can see, this is the first table cell, this is the second table cell, and this is the third table cell, and the last one is product quantity. So how many cells are there? There are 4 cells inside a single row. This is one row only. Now below that one more row we have to create. Inside that what we have to put? 1 wheat good 200 bags. So first row is over. Now we have to create the second row. So here I'm going to create the second row, and again if you want to create the second row then you have to use the tr. tr is nothing but table row element, and the 4 table data you have to create. So here we have image extension is installed in this editor, so we can use this shortcut key td into how many you want to create table cell? 4. So now I'm going to press directly Ctrl Alt Enter. So directly 4 table cell is created here. Now inside the first table cell, just below this table, product ID is there, so I'm going to put this 1, and the product name is there in the second cell, and just below that I'm writing here wheat and the third cell is their product quality, so just below this I am going to write good, and the product quantity is here I am going to type 200 bags. Now see the result. See, the first one is product ID, and the second one is wheat, third one is product quality, that is good, and the product quantity is 200 bags. Why this field is, or this table cell is highlighted? Why? Because here the cursor is on the last table cell. If I will click here, then as you can see the second from the last, it is selected. So how many rows are there? There are 2 rows. So likewise I can copy and paste the same element here, and here I'm gonna paste this, and here also I'm going to paste the same element, and now see the result. So this is nothing but one table. So the heading is product ID, product name, product quality, and the product quantity. So we will see the same example in the all over topic of this table. So this is the basics of the HTML table, and these are the basic elements of table, that is TR and TD. So whenever you want to create a table on the web page, then you have to use table element, and inside that you have to create one row using TR tag, and as many table cell you want to put, you can put using TD. TD is nothing but table data element. So this is all about the basics of HTML table element. In this lecture, we are going to learn about border attribute of table and th tag. Th is nothing but table heading tag. So we will see practically how we can use these attributes and table heading tag. So let's start. Here now I'm going to create the new file, and I'm giving file name as border hyphen table heading dot html, and now I'm going to create the basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document, I'm writing border attribute and table heading. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code here. In between body tag, again we will take the same code of the previous example. Here now we have the table element, and inside that table element the first row is all about the heading, and after that table row is there about the data. So first of all I have to save this file. Right now it is the same as the previous example. So here we can see the output. Now this is the first row, and this is heading of this column, and this is the second. Product name is the heading for this column, and the product quality is the heading for this column. But you can see here there is no separation, no lines or no border is there between these cells. So this is a little bit confusing. For that we have to use the border attribute inside the table. So here I am going to use the border, and here you have to pass value in numbers, and number will be for the pixels value. Here 1 is nothing but 1 pixels. So for now I am going to show you here. As you can see now, it is appearing as a table. You can see here the product ID is the heading, product name is the heading, product quality is the heading, and each and every heading is now inside a cell, and there is border around the cell, and one border is for the table also. So for these kind of thing you can use border, and you can increase number of pixels for the border. Here instead of 1, if I will pass 10, then the border width will be the thicker than the previous one. So now the border is thicker than the previous example. So like that you can pass the border value or border attribute inside the table tag. Now the second thing, I have to pass the table heading. Example for here you can see the heading and the data text is appearing as the same. There is no difference between the heading and the data element, because the font weight of this data element and the heading is same. For that we have to use table heading tag. So instead of TD, now I am going to use TH. So TH is nothing but table heading. So for heading here I am gonna put table heading. So now as you can see, the heading is now the thicker than the data element. So it means the font weight of this heading is greater than the data elements. So this tag is mainly used for this kind of thing. If you want to create some heading, then you can use table heading element. Now it is pretty good and it is better than the previous table. So for these kind of thing you can use table heading tag and border attribute. Here just below this row, again the next row is there. So here this is table data and this is table heading. So if I am using here table heading, then there is no need to use the table data element. Instead of table data only, I am using here table heading tag, that is TH. In this lecture we are going to learn about the caption tag of the table and align and vertical align attribute of the table element. So we will see where we can use these attributes and tag in real time. So let's start. Here now I am going to create one new file and I am giving file name as caption-align-vertical-align.html, and now I am going to create the basic HTML skeleton here. Instead of document, now I am writing caption tag and align, v align attributes. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code here in between body tag. Again I'm going to copy and paste the same code as I used in the previous example. Here I'm copying from here and now here I'm pasting. Now I'm going to save this file. Okay, I'm running this code now. Right now the result is same as the previous code. So here the product ID is the table data heading and these are the normal table cells as you can see here. But in this lecture we are going to learn about the caption tag of the table. So where I have to use this tag. So if you want to provide some information about the table, then you have to use caption tag. Suppose here just above the table, if you want to provide some table information, then you can use caption tag. So for that, just after the opening tag of this table tag, you have to use caption here, and in between you can write some text like here I am giving table caption as product information. Now you can see the result here. It is coming just above the table, that is product information. So this is the table caption. Now the second thing is align attribute and vertical align attribute. In the output, as you can see here, the table heading is by default coming. Suppose here I'm writing some text, the bigger text little bit, Control C, I'm copying and pasting, Control V, Control V, Control V. So now the column width will be till here to here. So it depends on the table data. Here as you can see right now, the table heading is by default center aligned, but the table data is by default left aligned. As you can see here, why I am saying center aligned, because the left of this text some margin is there, gap is there, and just after the text some margin is there. So this is center aligned. But here as you can see, width is written over there. So in this cell it is started from the left side of this cell, and the margin is right side of this cell. No margin is there before width text. So this is the left aligned text. By default table heading is center aligned and table data is left aligned. So for that, if you want to align this cell as center, if you want to put this code in the center, then you have to use align tag. So here I am going to use align tag. Suppose if you want to put this one numeric number in the middle of the cell or center of the cell, then what you have to use? You have to use align attribute. So here inside the TD tag, I am going to use align attribute and I am passing here align equal to center. Now see the result. As you can see here, now this one is center aligned. For width, if you want to put this width in center, then same thing you have to put here also. Now I am going to remove this. Now as you can see here, 1 and width is center aligned like the table heading. But if you want to provide the entire row as center aligned, then what you have to do? Then it is better to go with the directly, instead of typing here center aligned, for the each and every cell, directly you can pass this to the row, in which row you want to align the data in center. So here I am going to provide this align equal to center. Now see the result. The entire row is center aligned, as you can see here. Now what else we can do? Same thing here. I'm going to copy, and for this row I'm going to pass align is equal to right. So here, as you can see, in this row every data is right aligned, and by default, as I told you previously in the initially of this code, that the TD is by default left aligned. So here in third row I am going to pass align equal to left. So nothing will happen in the result because this is already left aligned text. So the second row, that is starting from here, so this is center aligned, this is right aligned, and the last row is left aligned. Now we have to see the V align attribute, that is vertical align. So for that, what we have to use? Suppose here I am writing inside the table heading product ID, product ID, product ID is written over there. So now as you can see here, this cell is little bit larger. So I am going to break this line here. Suppose product ID is there. I am writing VR tag to break line. Now as you can see here, this is center aligned heading. Now vertically it is aligned in the middle, because at the top there is some margin, and here also some margin is there just below the text. So if you want to keep this heading at the top, then what you have to do? For that, here I have to pass this attribute vertical align is nothing but V align equal to top. Now here as you can see, this text is now at the top and this is in the middle. Now by default the text or table heading is here now vertical align, that is in the middle, and here this text is at the top. Now I am going to customize this text also. Now for this, here I am going to pass for this table heading vertical align bottom. Now as you can see, the first table heading is at the top, the second is at the middle, and third one is at the bottom. By default it is bottom, but here I am going to pass vertical align middle. Now nothing will happen to the this cell. Here as you can see, this is the normal text, and here this is the vertically aligned at the top, and this is in the middle, and this is in the bottom. So horizontally if you want to align the text, then that is nothing but V align vertical align text, and normally if you want to align horizontally, then you have to use align attribute in the cell. So this is all about the caption tag, align attribute and vertical align attribute. You can use these attributes in real time, but now these tags are deprecated. You can use these things using CSS, but here I explained you these topics because these all attributes come under the table attribute. So you can use like this also, and this is all about the HTML tutorial. That's why I'm showing you these attributes, but you can use same thing using CSS also. So nowadays everyone is doing same thing using CSS. In this lecture, we are going to learn about cell spacing. Cell spacing, what is cell spacing? If you want to give some space or margin between two cells of a table, then you can use cell spacing attribute inside table tag. So we will see practically how we can use. So let's start. Here again I am going to create new file and I am giving file name as cell spacing dot html, and now here I am going to create the HTML basic skeleton. Instead of document I am writing cell spacing, and now I am going to indent these lines of code here. In between body tag, again I am going to copy the code from the previous example. Here now we have one table, and inside that one attribute is also there. Border is equal to 10, and inside table tag 4 rows are there, and in each row 4 data cell is there, or data table data is there. So here I am going to save first of all this code, and now I am running this code here. So here on the web page, as you can see, one table is there. Now we will learn about cell spacing attribute of table tag. See here, right now there is no margin between two cells. It is negligible, you can say 1 pixels or 2 pixels is there by default here. But if you want to give some space between this cell and this cell, so for that what you have to do? For that, here we have one table tag attribute, that is cell spacing here, and in this attribute you have to pass one value, and value will be always in numbers. So here if I am passing 1, it means the space will be 1 pixel, and if I am passing 10, then it means I am giving cell space 10 pixels between each cell. So now here, as you can see, now there is some margin between this and this cell, this and this cell. So this is nothing but cell spacing. Now if I will give cell spacing as 40, then you can see there is huge gap between each and every cell. So now we will see some more pixels gap here. Now you can see there is huge gap between these two cells. So for this kind of thing you can use cell spacing attribute inside table tag. In this lecture we are going to learn about cell padding. So cell padding is also one attribute of table tag. We will see how we can use cell padding in real time. So for that I am going to create one new file here, and I am giving file name cell padding dot html, and now here I am creating one basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document I am giving page title as cell padding. Now I am going to indent these lines of code here. In between body tag, again I am going to take this code from the previous example, and here I am pasting now in cell padding. Now I am going to save this file here. Here as you can see, one table is on the web page is there. Now we will learn about cell padding in this lecture. So what is cell padding? First of all we will understand. Here cell padding means the space or margin between these contents and this cell border. That is nothing but cell padding. So now we will see practically. Here I am going to use cell padding attribute inside table tag. So here I am writing cell padding equal to, here I have to pass one value here, and the value will be always in numbers. So here suppose I am giving 10, it means I am giving cell padding as 10 pixels here, means the margin will be 10 pixels between this cell border and the content. So here as you can see, the left side of this content 10 pixels is there, and top is also 10 pixels and bottom is also 10 pixels. So this is nothing but cell padding. Suppose here I am giving cell padding as 50. So now you can easily understand. Now see, there is huge gap between this cell border and the content of the cell. So this is nothing but cell padding. And in previous lecture we have seen cell spacing also. So here I am giving now cell spacing equal to, and I am giving 10 pixels. So in this table, around each and every data cell 10 pixels gap is there, and inside the data cell 50 pixels gap is there. So inside the data cell there is 50 pixels gap around the content and 10 pixels gap on each and every cells, between each and every cells. So for these kind of thing we can use cell spacing and cell padding. But these attributes are deprecated. Now no one is using cell spacing and cell padding. You can do these things using CSS. So it is better to go with the CSS code only. But in this tutorial we are learning only HTML content. That's why I am showing you these attributes of table. In this lecture we are going to learn about call span attribute. So we will see where we can use call span attribute. So let's start. Here now I am going to create new file, and I am giving file name as callspan.html, and now here I am creating the basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document I am giving page title as callspan, and now I'm going to indent these lines of code here. In between body tag, now I'm going to create one table. First of all, here I'm using emit shortcut table. Inside table, suppose 4 rows are there, and in each and every row 4 table data element is there. So now I am going to press Ctrl Alt Enter. Now we have the table skeleton. Now here suppose I am giving name, or here I am writing player name, and in the next column I am giving match, and the fourth column is wickets, and the last one is runs. So this is heading, so that's why we have to use table heading tag. It is better to use table heading now. And now first one is player name. So here I am giving MS Dhoni, and match suppose 273 matches, and the wickets suppose 3, and runs 7894. Now the next player is Zahir Khan, and he played suppose 189 matches, and in 189 matches 189 wickets, and the fourth one is runs. So runs suppose 2014, and the next player is Kohli, Virat Kohli. Number of matches 125, and wickets 24, and runs 7123 runs. Now here I am giving border attribute. I am giving border 5 pixels, and cell spacing 10 pixels, and cell padding is here now 30 pixels. So now I am going to save this file here, and I am running this code. So now we have the basic HTML table as we have seen in the previous lecture also. But what is the use of call span we have to learn here? See, this is the player name column, this is the match column, this is wickets column, and this is runs column. So here what is the use of call span? Suppose if you want to merge two cells or two columns, then you have to use call span. Call span terminology, first of all you have to understand. Call span means if you want to join or merge two columns of a single row, then only you have to use call span. See here, suppose these two data are the same, 189, 189. Then we can use only one cell instead of these two cells, and we can put only 189 as the data. Now see here, I am going to remove this table data here. Instead of 4 I am using only 3, and here I am using call span attribute. How many table data cell I have to occupy? 2. Then I have to pass here 2. Now as you can see here, it is occupying 2 table data cell. For these kinds of thing you can use call span attribute. In this lecture we are going to learn about row span attribute. So we will see how we can use row span in real time. So let's start. Here I am going to create one new file, and I am giving file name as rowspan.html, and here now I am creating one basic HTML skeleton, and I am giving page title as rowspan. Now I am going to indent these lines of code here. In between body tag, now I will take the code which I used in the previous example. Now I am copying this table from this example, and now here I am pasting. Now I am going to save this file,
and here I'm running this code. Now as you can see here, right now this is the example of call span. Now what I have to do for the row span. Suppose if you want to merge, suppose here match and wickets are same. So for the same player, for the same row, I am merging these two cells. But what is the meaning of row span? Row span means if you want to merge two rows, then you can use row span. Suppose here wickets and here matches are there. So Dhoni played 273 games here or matches, and suppose the Zaheer Khan also played 189 instead of 189 273 matches. So the 273 matches will be the same, common. So we can merge these two rows. So we will see how we can do this. Here 273 match, and here also I have to use TD instead of match 273, and again instead of wickets, suppose I am giving 189. Now see the result right now. Here 273 and 273 matches are there. So we can merge these two rows. How we can do? So here I am going to remove this, and here only, Control Z, here only I am going to use row span 2. So it is going to occupy 2 rows space. Now you can see here it is occupying 2 row cells. So this is nothing but row span. So for this kind of thing you can use row span attribute, but this attribute is deprecated. You can use these things using CSS also, but here I am showing you because this is the attribute of this HTML tag, that is TD element. So that's why I am showing you this attribute. Otherwise you can use CSS code here.
In this lecture we are going to learn about table grouping element like T-head, T-body and T-foot tag. So we will see how we can group table elements using these tags. So let's start. Now here I am going to create one file, and I am giving file name as table grouping hyphen elements .html. And now here I am going to create the basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document, I am giving page title as table grouping elements. Now I am going to indent these lines of code here in between body tag. Now I am going to create one table using image shortcut. Here I am creating one table, and inside that one table heading row is there, and inside that row 4 table heading elements are there, and this is shift to come outside. Now just after that table heading row we have 11 table row, and inside every table row 4 table data cell is there. So now I'm going to press Ctrl Alt Enter. Now we have the basic table structure. Now we can directly put data here. The first one is serial number, The second one is player name, and the third one is runs, and the fourth one is average. So now we have to provide serial number here. For first cell 1, this is 2, this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the last one is 11. The next cell is player name. So here I am giving MS Dhoni. The second one is Virat Kohli. The third one is Rohit Sharma, and here Shikhar Dhawan, Saurav Ganguly, Sachin Tendulkar, Yuvraj Singh, now here Shami, now Zahir Khan, now Umesh Yadav, and the last one is here Harbhajan Singh. Now the third column is their runs. So suppose Dhoni 7895, I am giving some dummy 6548, 5489, Saurav Ganguly 1024, 254, Sachin Tendulkar 15254, Yuvraj Singh 10245, Shami 658, Zahid 2024, 212, and for Harbhajan Singh 3012. And the last one is average. Here average is 78, 82, 54, 41, 54, 63, 69. Here for Yuvraj Singh 54, Shami 12, and here for (14), 6, 32. Now I'm giving here one border attribute, and I'm giving border as 5 pixels. Cell spacing equal to, I'm giving here 10 pixels, and cell padding I'm giving 20 pixels. Now I'm going to save this file, and here I'm running this code. Now you can see here, this is well structured table, and this is very long table. So suppose this is table heading and these are the table data, and finally again I'm going to copy and paste here at the bottom this row to easily understand that this is average. So because this is average here, and this is confusing what is this right now here because the heading is not there. So for that we can see here the serial number is here, player name is here, runs, and average. So here we are using 3 sections. One is header section. In the middle we have the table data, and at the bottom we have table footer section. So we can bind these 3 sections inside different tag. That is, suppose here this section is here table row, so we can bind this inside the T head tag. So inside T head the table heading row is there. Now from here to here these tags text will be inside the table body. So this is the second section because those data are inside the table section. So now I'm going to indent these codes inside the body. So from there to here the table body is there. At the bottom we can put this inside T foot, that is nothing but table footer, and here I'm indenting these codes. So now you can easily find out that this is the table footer section, this is the table body section from here to here, and this is the table heading section. So you should use these 3 table grouping elements because this is better for screen readers, and whenever you will use the SEO technique, that is nothing but search engine optimization technique, then also these 3 grouping elements will be helpful. So these things you should use in real time to group the table elements. In this lecture, we are going to learn about a scope attribute of table heading tag and the BG color attribute. So we will see practically how we can use these 2 attributes. So let's start. Here I am going to create new file, and I am giving file name as scope bg color attributes.html, and here now I am creating one HTML skeleton. Instead of document page title, I am giving page title as scope and BG color attributes. Now I am going to indent these lines of code here. In between body tag, now I am going to copy this table element from the previous example, and now here I am pasting. Here no need of the row span attribute. Here I'm going to copy this cell. Just after this I'm pasting here. Now we will see the result. First of all, I am saving this file. Now I am going to run this file. Now as you can see here, we have one table on our web page. Here as you can see, there are 4 rows in this table and 4 columns are also in this table. So the first row is the table heading row. So here as you can see, 4 data cells are there, and every table heading is representing or labeling one column. So this is player name, it is labeling this column, match is labeling this column, wicket heading is labeling this column, and runs is also heading and it is representing or labeling this column. So we will see first of all the scope attribute, how we can use. And scope attribute is nothing but the attribute of table heading only. You can't use anywhere else. So here I am going to type scope equal to col. It means that every table heading is representing or labeling the column. So here every table heading is representing column. So nothing is changed after using scope attribute. So again here I am going to make these 3 names. Player name is labeling this column, and inside this column 3 cells are there: MS Dhoni, Zaheer Khan and Virat Kohli. I am going to make these 3 cells also as heading. Now for that I have to use here table heading tag to make these 3 names as table heading. So now here I'm going to use th tag instead of td tag. Now you can see MS Dhoni, Zaheer Khan and Virat Kohli is also looks like a heading tag. So because I'm writing these names inside the heading. So now you can differentiate or you can distinguish the thing. Here I'm using player name heading and it is representing this entire column. Match is representing this or labeling this entire column. Wickets is representing this entire column, and runs is representing this entire column. But this MS Dhoni is representing this row only, not the other column. This row only, not any other column. And Zaheer Khan is representing this row only. So for this heading tag, the scope will be, suppose here if you are giving a scope, then you have to put row, because this heading is labeling, this heading is labeling only this row, not the column. So for that you have to use a scope is equal to row. So I am going to copy and paste in every table heading which is representing the row. So means here all these 3 names are representing or labeling these 3 rows only, and the top 4 headings are representing columns only. So for this kind of thing you have to use a scope attribute inside the table heading tag, and nothing will change after using a scope tag. You should use this scope tag because of only the screen readers and the search engine optimization technique. Now we will see the next attribute of table tag, that is BG color. BG color means background color attribute we have to use. Now here I am going to use BG color attribute. BG color equal to, either you can pass the color name or the hexadecimal code. So here I am going to pass the color like blue. Then see the result. The entire table background color is blue. So for this kind of thing you can use background color. Now I am going to copy this attribute here or cut this attribute, and I am going to pass this here only for the table row. Now you can see this is background or BG color attribute is working for the table row also. Now here I am giving red and here I'm giving normal bg color. Now as you can see here, the entire table background color is blue and the table row color is red, because I wrote here table row color background is red. Now I can pass this attribute for the table heading also, and here I'm passing color value as blue. Now you can see here the entire table color is blue, this row color is red, and except this table heading cell everything is red and this is green. Why? Because I wrote here inside the table heading, this table heading, the background color is green, so the priority of this table heading will be greater for this bg color, and the next priority will go to the table row. So that's why this table row is coming in the background color with red, and the entire table is coming with the background color of blue. So you can use this attribute bg color, and I'm going to use some other way to pass the color value here inside this table heading, or I'm taking here for this table heading, I'm pasting here, and now I'm going to pass some other color code here in hexadecimal. Now here I'm passing hexadecimal code in 6 digits. First 2 letters will be for red and the second 2 letters will be for green, and the last 2 letters will be for blue. So here this is 90. Using these 3 color combinations, it will be, so first 2 letters is for red and the after 2 letters is green and the last 2 letters is for blue. So it is starting from 00 to FF. So you have to use the hexadecimal notation here. So either you can use, so first of all I'm going to show you the result. Here you can see the background color is like light purple, you can say, or violet. It is coming. Now here I'm going to pass some values like red is 0, green is 0 and blue is 0. So it will come in black color. So as you can see here, if I will pass FF for red, FF for green, FF for blue, then it will come in white. So background color is white now. So you can take value from 00 to FF and you can make some colors, and using these color combinations in hexadecimal you can make more than 16 million color combination. So you can pass either hexadecimal value and the prefix will be the hash, and either you can pass the name. So you can pass only 140 color names, but if you will use the hexadecimal color then you can pass more than 16 million colors. So it is better to go with the hexadecimal color code for the background color. In this lecture, we are going to learn about call group tag and call tag. So we will see how we can use call group tag and call tag in real time inside the table tag. So let's start. Here now I'm going to create new file and I'm giving file name as call group hyphen call.html. Now here I'm going to create one HTML skeleton, and instead of document I'm writing call group and call tag. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code here in between body tag. Now I'm going to copy same thing here, whatever I have taken. Here I'm pasting same thing. Now I'm going to save this file first of all. Now I'm going to run this code. As you can see here, we used BG color, and we can give some background color for table or table row, or specifically for the particular table cell also we can put some background color. But if I want to make a group of columns, suppose these two entire columns should be in the red color and these two entire columns should be in the green color, then how we can do? For that we can make a group using call group. Just after the table tag, opening table tag, inside that we have to use the call group tag, and inside call group tag I have to use call. So you have to check how many calls are there, and this is self-closing tag only. Call is self-closing tag. So how many columns are there? 1, 2, 3, 4 columns are there, then 4 call tag you have to take. Suppose here I'm taking this call tag, and here I'm using BG color. I'm removing this. First of all, I have to remove every BG color which is already inside the code. Then only you can easily understand how it is working. Now see the result. It is normal table here, it is coming, and the table row color is red. Oh, that's why here. Now see the result. Now this is the normal table. Now if I want to make these two columns, or separately I'm going to make the entire column. So this column BG color equal to red. So now see the result. The entire column is in red color. Now if I'm going to copy this attribute, and here I'm pasting this attribute, here I'm giving red, green, and here again I'm pasting and I'm passing value blue, and for last one I'm passing purple color. Now see the result. Here each and every column is appearing with this different background color. Now if you want to make these two columns as a group, like these two columns should be in red color, so either you can do this, the first column should be red and the second column should be red. Either you can use this technique, or instead of using this technique you can use this attribute also, a span attribute. So here I'm using only three call, and this call should take or occupy or group two columns. So now you can see the result is same as it is the previous result. So this is the better technique. Now if you want to make the last two columns, suppose I'm checking here lime color and a span of 2, because two columns I want to group here. Now you can see lime color here. Now it is coming. So now these two columns are in lime background color and these two columns are in red background color. So I used here actually color group tag, and inside that I have used call tag, and I made some group for these two cells is different group, and for the lower two cells is the different group. So as you can see here, we can use the call group and call tag to making column groups. In this lecture we are going to learn about nested tables. So what is nested table? Suppose if you want to create a table within a table cell, then that is known as nested table. You can use nested table in real time when you want to create an email template, then you can use nested table concept. So here I am going to show you some basic example of nested table. So let's start. Here I am going to create new file, and I am giving file name as nested table.html. And now here I am going to create the basic HTML skeleton. Instead of document, I am giving page title as nested table. And now I am going to indent these lines of code here. In between body tag, now I am going to create one table, and for that I am using shortcut of emit here to create table. I am going to create 4 rows, and inside each and every table rows 4 cells I am going to create. Now I am pressing Ctrl Alt Enter. Now we have the basic table structure. Now I will put some name here, like here I am going to put same thing for every cell. Here I am typing demo of nested table, and here I am giving border for this table 1 pixels. Now I am going to save this file, and here I am running this code now. Here you can see there are 4 columns and 4 rows are there. Now I am going to create one table inside the first data cell. So here I am going to create one table. So for that, here in this cell, because you can see here in first row first cell, it means this is the first row and this is first cell. Inside this cell I am going to create one table. Here again I am going to create table using emit shortcut TR, and here 4 elements inside that table row, and inside every table row again I am going to create 4 table data cell. Now again we have some dummy structure of table. Now I am going to type same thing inside each and every data cell of this table, which is inside the first data cell of the parent table or the first table, you can say. Here I am typing text as child table, and here also I am giving border for this table 1. Now see the result. Now here as you can see in the first cell one table is there, and the rest of cells normal text is appearing like the before it was. Now you can see we can put table inside table. So here also I can put same thing inside the second data cell. Now I'm going to copy, and here I'm gonna paste this. Same thing here also I'm going to do in third data cell, and in last data cell of the first row also I am going to paste the same table. Now here in result you can see in first row in each and every table data cell one table is there. It means you can create table within table, so that is known as nested table. So you can use this concept whenever you want to create an email template, then you can use this concept. In this lecture we are going to learn about div and span tag. This is not the part of HTML5 semantic elements, but it is better to learn these two tags before dive into HTML5 semantic elements. So let's start. Here now I'm going to create one new file inside this folder, HTML5 semantic elements folder. Now I'm giving file name as div-span.html, and now I'm going to create the web page skeleton here. Instead of document I'm giving page title as div and span. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code. In between body tag, now I'm going to create first of all one h1 element, and here I'm typing some text like this is heading level 1, and just below that I'm going to create one paragraph element, and in between paragraph I'm giving some blank text, and after paragraph element again I'm taking one h3 element, and in between I'm typing text this is heading level 3. Now I'm going to save this file here, and now I'm going to run this code here. Now in output page or in this web page we have three elements. The first one is the heading 1 element, then paragraph element, and the last element is h3 element. Now I'm going to put all these three elements in between div tag. So here I'm going to introduce div tag. Div is nothing but a division, and it works as a wrapper. In real time, if you want to keep some elements or if you want to wrap some elements, then you can use division tag. So here now I'm going to put all those three elements in between division tag, and now I'm going to indent properly these two elements here. Now see the output. Nothing has changed. It is as it is the previous output. So what is the use of div element? Now I'm going to inspect these elements here. Now you can see here this is the entire body. Inside body now we have one div element. Now if I am hovering here, then as you can see on the left pane here at the bottom you can see in the black tooltip div is written over there. Now inside div, as you can see, now again in black tooltip h1 element is there. Again now paragraph element, and the last one is h3 element. It means that inside the div element all those three elements are wrapped. For these kind of thing you can use div element. If you want to bind or wrap some elements, then you can use division tag, and this is a block level element. Now the second tag is span tag. So what is the use of span tag? Suppose in output window, as you can see here, the entire text whatever is appearing in this body is coming in black color. So if you want to display some word, or here suppose if you want to display these three words in some other color like green or blue color, then what you have to do? For this kind of thing you can use inline element, that is nothing but span tag. So here I am going to put these three words inside span tag. Now I am going to put all those three words here. So again I am going to save this code here, and now I am going to run this file again. Now in output you can see here nothing has changed. So what is the use of now span tag? So all these three words should come in green color. For that, here now I am going to introduce new attribute which is style, and this is the part of CSS. I will explain you in detail in CSS section when I will start. Right now I am going to use, this is the basic example of inline CSS. Here I am going to use a style attribute, and in this I have to use two parameters. First one is the property, and here I am going to use color property, and I will pass the value. What color I have to use here? I am going to use green color. So now you can see in the output these three words are coming, which is the part of paragraph, and entire paragraph level, heading level 3 and heading level 1 is wrapped inside the div. Everything is in black color except these three words, because these three words are inside span tag, and I style these three words as a green color. So that's why these three words are coming in green color. For these kinds of thing you can use a span tag. If you want to use more than one span tag, then you can use, suppose if you want to change the color of this word, then you can use same concept here. Now again I am going to take the second span tag, and here I will put that word in between span tag. Now again I have to use the style property of CSS, style attribute, sorry, of CSS. Now I am going to pass two parameter inside the style attribute. The first one is property, the property is color, and for this property I am going to pass one value, that is nothing but blue. Now this word will appear in blue color. As you can see here, these three words which is wrapped in the first span tag, which is coming inside, sorry, which is coming in green color, and the in second span tag I wrapped this word, so this is coming in blue color. So you can pass as many you want. This is inline element. You can use multiple span tag inside a block level element. So for this kind of thing you can use division tag and span tag. So division is a block level element and a span is a inline element. In this lecture we are going to learn about HTML5 new semantic elements. So first of all we will see what are those things. So here I have taken this image from W3C. As you can see here, some of them are here. Header tag is there, navigation tag is nothing but nav, article, section tag, aside tag, footer tag, and main tag is also there. Now this one is second image. This one also I have taken from W3C. As you can see here, we can use header tag. For the header can be a starting point for the whole document or the page. And then navigation, suppose if you want to keep any navigation like home, about us, something like that in your web page, then you can keep navigation. And if you want to divide your web page content in different section, then you can use section tag, aside tag, and article tag. And for footer part, you can use footer tag. So we will see how we can use these tags in real time. So let's start. Now here I am going to start. First I am going to create the new file, and I am giving file name as new HTML5 semantic elements.html. And now I am going to create the basic HTML or web page skeleton. I am going to increase font size little bit. Now instead of document, I am going to give page title as HTML5 semantic elements. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code here properly, and in between body tag here, now I'm going to use, as I explained you about the division tag in the previous lecture. Now I'm going to explain about that. First of all, here I'm going to create one new element, that is div, and inside div I'm going to take something like a heading of the web page. Suppose here I have some logo, so for that I'm going to take image tag, and just after that I have to take one name of that company or logo you can keep. Here I am keeping some dummy text here like your company logo. This one is header part, and just after this again you can create new generic wrapper or container using div tag, and in between you can create navigations, and for that you have to use unordered list, and inside this you can create as many you want. You can create the navigation here. For now I am going to create only 3 list items, and the first one will be like home, and the second one is about us, and the third one is career. So this one is navigation. Then just after this one again I am going to create new wrapper, and in this you can write something about your company. For that you can use something like h2 element, and here you can give heading like about us, and just after this you can write some paragraph about your company. Here I am taking some dummy text for now, and again you can take something about your company like using div tag. I am going to create the new division or section of the web page, and in this I am going to mention about gallery or what we provide or services kind of thing, as you have seen in many websites. For now I am going to give you one example. Suppose here I am going to open some website like healapp.in. Here as you can see on the left side there is logo and then the company name, and for navigation home, about us, vision and mission, features, home care, frequently asked questions, download app, contact us. these are nothing but navigation. So navigation means you can navigate from here to some other page or section. For now, if I will click on home, so it will be on the home section only. If you want to move from home to features, then you can go. If I will click on feature, then it is here on this section. On feature, it is navigating on the different page. So likewise, you can use the navigation and the header part, and as you can see here, the features is nothing but one different section. For these kind of thing, you can use the new division elements. So this is the traditional method as I am using here. For now, here I can use the footer also. In footer, what you can see, as you can see here, the location is there, different branches, and about company or contact number and the social media icons you can keep inside footer tag. So here you can keep something footer. So for every division or wrapper element, you have to mention one ID or class name. I will introduce you these attributes in CSS lecture. For now, just for the example, I am taking this ID. Here ID will be always unique. For footer, I am taking footer, and for about us, I am taking ID is equal to about -us, and for navigation, here I am taking one ID as nav, and for logo or heading part, I can take something like header. So this is the traditional way to write HTML code. So W3C people actually researched or survey that how the most of the user are giving the name or ID for these division or wrappers. So they found that everyone, most of the people, means I think 84% developer were using like this header for heading section, navigation for navigation nav, and for like about us, here you can see like one section. I can remove it and I can give like section, I can write something, or main. So they found like that. So they think that instead of these things, why not they can use directly the semantic elements with the name of like header tag, and inside this header tag you can use the company name or logo. And the next one is navigation. So navigation tag you can use instead of taking new div tag, and in that if you are mentioning something div and then you are writing ID equal to nav, so instead of that you can use directly nav tag. And for different section you can take section also. Section tag is there. If you want to wrap everything, every section in one division or wrapper, so instead of that you can use directly main tag. And if you want to keep something in left side or right side pane, then you can use a side tag. And if you want to keep something article or something inside section, then directly you can use article tag. And for footer we have directly footer tag. So these are the new semantic elements you can use in your websites. Normally most of the time you have to use these tags. Right now this is the HTML tutorial, so this is only for the web page structure. This is not the CSS tutorial. In CSS tutorial I will explain you how to design and how to make some proper layout of the web page using these tags. So now this is the example of semantic HTML elements you can use in your websites, as if you want to use these elements. Now here suppose I'm giving one example, generic example. Header is there, so for logo you can use image tag, and inside image you can keep something image or something. And for H3 I'm taking for company name, company name. Now header part is done. Now inside navigation I'm taking UL element is nothing but unordered list, and here now I'm creating 3 navigation list items is nothing but home, careers, and the last one is about us. Now after navigation, this is the main element. I can wrap everything except this footer inside main tag. Now I am going to indent these sections here. Now inside this section I can use any article tag, like section is there. Here I can use article tag inside section also, and I can write something inside article tag, like one paragraph I can take for now, and I am taking lorem ipsum generic dummy text. And as many you want, you can use these article tag inside section tag according to your requirement. And now this is the aside tag. Aside tag also you can use inside section tag. So here I'm taking aside tag. Inside aside tag also, if you want to keep something on left pane or right pane, or if you want to divide page in 2 or 3 parts, then you can use aside tag also. For now here again I'm taking the paragraph and I'm taking lorem ipsum. So dummy text is here, and here one more article is there, so you can write article. For now I'm removing this one. And in footer part you can add something like your copyright thing, like copyright reserved 2017. So like that you can write. Now I'm going to save this file, and now here I'm going to run this code. So you can see in browser hey, now you can see here, right now we don't have image, that's why this is the empty space. This is the company name, then this is the navigation, home, careers, and about us. This is the normal section is there. So this is nothing but generic item you can wrap inside those semantic elements. And if you want to style these elements, then you have to use CSS. So I will explain you in detail in CSS lecture. Thank you.
In this lecture, we are going to learn about form elements. So form is nothing but a component which has some controls. Like if you want to add some form control in your web page, for example, if you want to take some contact details or something from the user, target user, or if you want to ask something for survey like your name, your email, so for that you can use form element in your web page. Suppose if you want to take one text box or a button, or for example if you want to take email ID, then you have to use the form element in your web page. So here we will see how we can use those elements in real time. Let's start. First of all, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm giving file name as form elements.html, and here I'm going to create the basic web page skeleton, and instead of document I'm giving page title as form elements. Now I'm going to indent these lines of code here, and in between now I'm going to take the first of all the form elements. In this lecture I'm not going to introduce you what is form element. First of all I'm going to introduce you about the elements of form. First example is here is input, and this is the basic example. Suppose here I'm writing input and you don't have to close it because all these tags are self-close tag or self-closing tag. So you don't have to close like this input open tag and again you have to write input like this. You don't have to write like this. These are the self-closing tag, and this is the by default. I'm going to take this one first tag is input tag. Now I'm going to save this file and now I'm going to run this code. Now as you can see here, we have now one text box element, so you can type something here on the web page, as you can see here now. So this is the by default input element. Now inside input element, what we can do, we have one type attribute. So what type of input element you want to take, you can write. By default it will be text. Now you can write here text also. As you can see, nothing has changed on the web page. Now I'm going to copy and paste. So what's the next type? So now I'm going to take the next type as, here we have some options. If you will press Control space, then it will show you some options of type attribute. So what value we can pass inside the type attribute. So now I'm going to take the next input type as password. So what's the difference between the text input type and the password input type? So we will see here. As you can see, the first one is the input type text element. The next one is, now if you will type something here, then that will be as a hidden text, will come as dot. So as you can see here, so this is nothing but input type element. We can break this line here. So now it will come in the just after the text box element. I can put more break element here. So now it's good. The next element now what we can use is the break. I'm writing here to separate those elements. Now the next input element is, email. So right now I can't show you the difference between the text element, input type text element and the email, but in the next lecture I will show you the difference. What is the difference between the input type text element and the input type email? So now we are moving forward, and now I'm going to use the next element as, here I'm going to use something like date. So what will happen now? So you can select directly here. In HTML4 these options was not there for these kind of thing. In the HTML4, if you want to make something calendar or input type element like this, then you have to write the JavaScript code separately for this calendar also. But now HTML5 form element is providing these options, so you can directly use this input type date element. The now next thing is date time. Now as you can see here, we have the another type of input element, and the next one is date time local. So you can use this one also. In this they will provide, like if you want to use calendar, you can use calendar, then time also you can mention here, and AM PM means regional timing you can provide here. Now what's the next element here? Now next element is, now I'm going to use the color control. So what is color control? If you will click here, then one color prompt will open, and you can choose some custom color also, or you can use here some add custom colors. So you can choose here. By default it is, as you can see here, it is black. If I will select this one, suppose this one, as you can see here, now this is the cyan color. So you can use color input tool also. Now the next one I am going to use input type file. So what is file? If you want to choose some file from your directory, then you can use input type file. Like if I will click there, then I can use, or I can open this one like this. As you can see here, the name is also coming with the extension. So you can use input type file also like this. The now next input type element is, I'm going to use here, email is done, image. So what you can do with image? So by default it is not coming anything here. It's coming like submit or something. It will work as an image button. So you can put here image. So for that you have to pass the source attribute, and you can choose any image from your directory, and then see here, now it is coming like this. So it is working as button. So image button, if you want to keep, then you can use like this only. So now the next element we have the input type. I can take like month also. Now as you can see, if I will open here, then it will come as an entire month. If I am hovering here, as you can see, it is coming from 1 means 1st to 30th of November 2017. So you can use this control also. Now the next one is, after month you can use week also. So now likewise, as we used in the previous control, like here we can select the one week at a time. See here, week 45 of 2017. So like that you can use. Now next control is here, we can use number. So here we can increment number like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like this, or we can type also some number. If you will type something text, then it won't accept. Okay, for these kind of thing you can use number. The now next input element is range. So what is range? Range is nothing but one slider. You can select from here like this. You can slide, you can set some steps or something. I will explain you in next video tutorial how to set steps and everything. So now the next input type is URL. If you want to mention something URL, then we have the URL tag. So here you can type something URL like www.google.com, and you have to add http:// like this. And the next input type element is time. Also you can use text, we have already used, and the telephone. Tel is nothing but telephone. So for telephone you can use this one. So you can add something, telephone number or something. Now the next element we have is search. You can use search also. As you can see here, if I am typing something right now, if I am typing here, nothing is coming on the right side of this box. But if you will type something here, then see the one cross mark is coming on the right side of this text box. You can close it from here. Now the next input type element you can use is now I'm going to use radio button. Radio button, if you want to make selection something, if you want to keep something gender or something, so you have to select male or female, then you can use radio button. Like here I'm keeping male, and same thing female. So now as you can see here, I can select. But in this case you have to select only one, but by default here we are able to select both of them, male and female. But radio button only should be used in that condition when you want to select only one option from multiple. So for that you have to use one attribute. I will explain you that attribute in next video tutorial. So likewise, if you want to select multiple options from given options, then you have to use checkbox. Here instead of radio, now we will use checkbox. And suppose if you want to select hobbies, then our favorite game, suppose here I am writing cricket, football, baseball. So for these kind of thing we can use checkbox. So we are able to select the multiple options. Now the next thing we have input type button. And as you can see, if I will not write something input type button, if we will write, then it is coming like button only, but no text is there. So for that we have to pass here one attribute, that is value. And if you want to write something send, then you can write. And now as you can see here, now here the send is written over there. So the next element we have input type submit. And here now I'm going to write submit as a value. So now you can see the first one is input type button, that is send, and now input type submit. So what is the difference between these two buttons? I will show you in form video tutorial. Right now we are explaining only elements of the form. Now the last one we have is input type reset. This is also a kind of button, and now here I am going to pass value as reset. This is only for this. If you want to submit a form, then you can use input type submit, and if you want to reset the entire form fields, then you can use reset button. So for these kind of thing we can use these many controls. And now in the next video lecture we will see how we can use the next attributes of these elements. In this lecture we are going to learn the next attributes of those elements which I explained in the previous lecture. So let's start. Now here I am going to create new file, and I am giving file name as form elements attribute.html. And now I'm going to copy the same code from the previous lecture, and here instead of form elements I will write form elements attribute. So here right now, first of all, I am going to run this code. As you can see here, this one is the text box element and this one is the email controller element, and this one is the password field. So like that we have every controls. Now we will see the attributes what we can use else. Now I am going to use one attribute, that is placeholder. What is placeholder? If right now if you will see these elements, so I am not able to understand what I have to type exactly here. Suppose this text box is for my name, then you have to write some placeholder or give some placeholder there for that appropriate tag or label. So for that you can use like this. One more attribute is their value, and I am passing value as your name. See, if I will use value, then what will happen there? By default, when you will load this page, then your name value will be there inside this text box by default. But I don't want this, like your name as a value. I want same thing in as a placeholder, your name. Now you can understand the difference between placeholder and the value. Now if you will load this page, now as you can see here, your name is written over there inside that text box. So now I can understand so what I have to type inside this text field. So if I will click here, still your name is there. If I will start typing my name or something, suppose here I am typing MTH. So now your name is not there. If I will remove these text, again it will come. So this is nothing but placeholder you can use in real time. Now I am going to introduce you the next attribute, that is title. See here, if I am hovering here, nothing is coming. I already explained this attribute in image also. So now I am going to add title attribute, and here I am writing name. So now if you will hover on top of this text box, then one tooltip will appear. Now as you can see here, name is coming. So likewise you can use same attribute here also. I am going to copy and here I am going to paste your password, and here I can change the title as password. Now here as you can see, tooltip is coming as a password and the placeholder is there, your password. Now one more attribute is here. Suppose here I am typing some text, something like that. Name is okay. So I want to restrict their user, so maximum they can type only 25 characters. So for that, what attribute we can use? That is max length property. Suppose I am giving here only 10. So what will happen now? If I will type something, see, I can't pass more than 10 letters in this field. So I can restrict like this. So now same thing we can pass in password field also. Now next one is email. And here again I am going to use this same thing, placeholder is your email and the title is
email. So now as you can see, now your email and the tooltip is email, and here the placeholder is your password and the tooltip is password, and here placeholder is name and tooltip is name. So likewise you can use these attributes in every field. Now some more attributes are there. Suppose here we have these checkbox 1, 2, 3, cricket, football and baseball. As you can see here, by default none of them are selected or checked. So you can make by default any one or two checkbox as checked. Suppose here if I want to make this football by default checked. So if I will pass that attribute checked, then see here by default football is selected, and this one is empty attribute. If you want to pass some value in that, then also you can write, there is no issue. Checked is equal to checked, you can write, then also it will work. See, now it's working. The same thing you can keep here for this one also. Now by default, as you can see, cricket and football are checked or selected. Same thing we could do with the radio button also. If you want to make mail as by default selected option, then you can use the checked equal to checked option. Now as you can see here, mail is the selected. So these are the attributes you can use in this field. Some of them are more attributes are there we can use inside the number, like minimum, it should start from 0, and the max number I can type is 10. So I can give some restriction what we can pass. Now as you can see here, if I will decrease, then it is not going the less than 0. If you will increase, it is increasing, but it is not going more than 10. So this is the restriction you can pass one attribute, min and max, to restrict these numbers. Now one more attribute is there, required. This is also empty attribute. If you want to make some field, or if you want to restrict, this field should be mandatory, you have to fill anyhow, then you have to use the required attribute. Like checked attribute also you can use here, required is equal to, you can write required, then also it will work. But right now I am not able to show you how it is working. In the next lecture I will show you when I will use the form element how it is working. So you can use required with any input element if you want to make that element as mandatory or compulsory.
In this lecture, now I am going to introduce form element. Now you have aware of the form controls like input type, text, email, password and date, time, local, how to use, checkbox and the radio button. So now I am going to use form elements, and inside we will use some controls, and how we can use in real time we will see. So let's start. Now I'm going to create the new file here, and I'm giving file name is form.html. Now here I'm going to create the basic HTML file skeleton. Instead of document I am writing form control, and now I'm going to indent these lines of code here. In between body tag, now I'm going to create the form element. Here by default action attribute is coming with form. I will explain you at the end of this lecture what is action attribute. Now in between form, I am going to take basic example here. First of all, I am going to introduce you the new tag, that is label. And label is nothing but, suppose here I am giving username, and just after this I am using input type text, and here to break these things I am using break tag. Now same thing I am going to copy here and I am pasting here. Now instead of username I am taking label as password, and input type should be password, and just above this I can use email excuse me, input type I am using email, and at the end I am going to use now input type submit, and the value here I am giving submit. And the next one is reset, and input type should be reset. Now you will see how these buttons are working now. Now I am going to run this code. Now as you can see here, I wrote this username inside the label, so that's why it is coming like this. So if you want to make these things, then you can use label. So you can pass one text to understand inside label. Now see here, this load icon is there. Then if you will click now submit, then it is refreshing. So, and suppose here I am typing something, and here also and here also, if I will click reset, then it will clear all the fields of this form. So whenever you want to use reset and submit type, then you have to use that type inside the form, then only it will work properly. So that's why I told you in the earlier lecture that I can't explain how it is working and what is the difference between a reset, submit and normal button. So now you can understand how it is working. Now I'm going to pass all those attributes which we learned in the previous lecture, and some new attributes also we will learn in this lecture. The first one is here placeholder, which I already explained in the previous lecture. Here I am giving like username as a placeholder, and here placeholder is email, and for this placeholder is password. Now the next attribute is title, that is nothing but username, and for email title is email. You can pass anything in title, whatever you want, and here I am passing password. Now the next attribute is required is equal to required. You can write like this also, or you can simply write only required. Both of the options will work. And now I'm going to show you how it is working. Now placeholder is there, as you can see, username, email and password. Tooltip is also coming, username, email and the password. Now I'm going to submit this form. Now this is empty field, this is empty field. If I will try to submit, then see what will happen. See, please fill out this field is coming, means I'm not able to fill this form. See, this loading button is not working right now if I'm clicking here on submit, because these fields are empty. I'm not able to fill out this, submit this form. Now if I will type something here and see here, now what is the difference between the normal text box and the email input type? Now you will understand. See, if I will submit here, then it will ask me to include one ad. In mail, minimum one ad should be there and some text. Then now see this loading button. If I will submit, now I am able to submit this form. So for these kind of thing, we can use required attribute and the for mail. Now you understood what is the difference between the input type text and input type email. In email, if you will put required attribute, then always you have to take the same pattern of the email. Now one more attribute I am going to introduce here, that is pattern. And what is pattern? Before HTML5, when we were using HTML4, then if you want to pass some pattern, so password should accept only number or the small case letter, capital case letter. For that, we have to use the regular expression. We were writing all those regular expressions in JavaScript. Using JavaScript only it was possible, but now HTML5 is providing this attribute pattern. So here you can pass pattern. Suppose here I am writing 0-9 and in curly brace I am passing 3. It means that from 0 to 9 means I can pass any number, but it should be minimum 3. Now if I will submit this, then it will ask me to type something there. Then in email field also it is submitting, but if I will enter something else here instead of that, here if I am typing something, see the password format is not correct. Only I can type number 1 2, I typed 1 2, then also it is not working. Now I am going to enter one more number, that is 3. Now see, this is working. So like that you can pass pattern directly here using this pattern attribute. Now I am going to introduce you one more attribute here. Now see, if I am refreshing this page, no text field or email or password field is auto focused or highlighted. So if I want to this page as autofocus, by default the email field should be autofocus on the page load. Then see, if I am refreshing this page, then autofocus is coming here. By default email field is autofocused. Now if I will use same thing for this, see what will happen. The first one is working, but the second one is not working. Why? Because only one autofocus we can pass at a time in one form. So for these kind of thing we can use autofocus. So now see, the first username field is auto-focused. Now again we have to use some other attribute, that is nothing but disabled. Now see, here the color is different, background color is different because this field is disabled. I can't type anything here, and here I can type. So this field is disabled. So you can use disabled attribute also. Now I am going to use one more attribute, that is read only. See here, this field is read only. If I will pass something value here I am going to use one attribute, that is value. I am typing something 1 2 3 4. So by default some dots will be there. So I am able to select here at least. So this is interactive, but I can't type here anything. It means this is read only and this is disabled. So what is the difference between read only and disable? The read only and disable field difference is, the basic difference here, at least you can interact with these things, but in disable you can't interact that field. So if this button, suppose if I want to make this button as disabled, then I can so now see, I am not able to interact with this button, I am not able to click, but here this button, this text field, password field is read only. So here I am not able to type or enter anything, but I can at least select. So I am interacting with this field. So this is the major difference between these two attributes, read only and disable. In this lecture we are going to learn about form attribute like action attribute, method attribute, and one more attribute we will see which we will use inside level, that is for attribute of level tag. So let's start. Now here I have new file with the name of form action method attributes, and here I am going to copy the previous example and I am pasting here, and here I am writing form control attributes. Now here suppose, first of all I am going to save this file and I am running this code. See, if I am clicking here on username, nothing is happening. If I am clicking on email, nothing is happening. So we have already seen this autofocus and everything. So for now I am going to remove these things, and disable also I am going to remove from here, and here I am going to remove this read only and value attribute also, and I am going to make this button as normal. Now see, if I am clicking here, nothing is happening. If I will click here on submit, and if I will click on submit now, page is refreshing, means data is submitting, but where it is redirecting. So for that we can use one attribute inside form, that is nothing but action. So after submitting this form, it should redirect to, for now I am taking one example, if it should redirect to the http://www.google.com. So now if I will type something here, and now if I will submit, then just after clicking on this, it will redirect to the Google page. See, it is redirecting on the Google page. So for these kind of thing we can use action attribute. Now the second attribute is method.
Method attribute we can use in two cases, like if you want to retrieve some data from server, then you have to use method equal to get, or if you want to submit something to the server, then you have to use post. So you can use either post or get according to your requirement. Now the last attribute is nothing but label, that is for, and here I have to use, suppose if I'm writing here, I'm giving ID for this password field, that is PWD, and in this label username, same ID I am passing PWD, whatever ID I wrote here, same name should be there. So if I will do like this, then see, I'm going to run this code. If I will click on username, then see, this password field will be activated. See, now this one is highlighted because I gave ID as PWD for this password field and I passed that ID to this label. It means when I will click on this ID, this field will be highlighted. So same thing I can do here also. So for PWD, and here instead of this I can use here one ID for username, and the username should be here, same name, whatever ID I am writing, same you can copy it and here you can pass. Now see, if I will click here, then username will be highlighted. If I will click here, then password field will be highlighted. So likewise you can use this for attribute.